Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm tired. And I don't know why I'm tired. It's because of my nose. My nose has been suffering from horrible allergies like all of yesterday. I don't even know what caused it either. That's the annoying part. Unless I'm sick. If I'm sick again, that's just horribly annoying because I hate being sick. It's such a pain in the dick. Anyway, we're back to Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. That's the name of the game. We are almost close to wrapping up Case 3, I think. And then we can move on to Case 4 and then go from there. I'm hoping... Hi, Zoe. I'm hoping that Kazuma, or supposed the masked man, actually says something here. But I get the strange feeling he won't, you know? He's probably not going to say a damn thing. Also, I apologize in advance for my nose doing nose things. Wow, I've already lost frames at the start. Already? I've lost... Dude, I haven't even... It's... Look at that. I've already lost 113 frames, and we just started. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Damn. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. And I never got to sit in one. I've been called for jury duty twice so far. But neither times have I been able to sit in jury duty, even though I want to. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. What's up, Hairbrain? I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Huh? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. What's going on? Yes, the professor. Oh! Okay, the professor, right. The dude who murdered people. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. I can't do that. I can't do this. Do I sound sick, by the way? Someone's gonna have to, like, mention that. If I do sound sick or not. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Ow. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. Was it deliberate, Ryu? I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh, yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sif, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Oh man, we're starting to get to SL9 vibes right now. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. I count your blessings, Mr. Hairbrain, or Professor Hairbrain. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection of any other. Excuse me? Oh, hi, Dr. Sif. DD, Dr. Sif. Ah, Dr. Courtney Sif, Nee Stevens. Nee Stevens? Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Ha. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the lab, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman and the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sif. And I've accused you of being a complicit in what happened. Hi, Zoe. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. I'm sorry? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Are you kidding me right now? Of all the people, Lord Strongheart? Why? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Damn, okay, so we're stuck then, again. Not like this case has been easy so far. It's been a real dick. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, The meaning will become all too apparent whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. No, seriously, I do sound sick. Even I'm hearing myself and I'm like, what's happening to me? It's just the allergy thing happening, but like, why is it all affecting me so bad? I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Huh? To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Whatever that means. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What if that warning for Mr. Shum was really mean, I wonder? Hey, your guess is as good as mine. Especially about the bit about whatever may come to pass. Kazuma? It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. You're determined. I'm still trying to get back into batting, swinging state. How's everyone doing, by the way? Have y'all had a good, day so far? My day yesterday was pretty good. I actually went to the Cheesecake Factory, which is why the allergy thing is happening so much. Look, I lost a bunch of more frames just now. Yeah, I went to the Cheesecake Factory, but my nose was already, suffering from allergies. So I'm also feeling tired, despite having, immense amounts of sleep right now. It's like my head is clouded, my eyes feel heavy. Yeah, I got to have... Didn't really go for, a big meal over, at the Cheesecake Factory. It was just an appetizer, some fries, that delicious ranch that the Cheesecake Factory has for some reason, and strawberry lemonade. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counselors for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Jeez. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. Good. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Hi, Zoe. I see you really want to be in front of me right now, forcing me to look at OBS to know what's going on. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, and as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sif. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork of the person we haven't even seen the face of yet. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between those otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Hopefully I have my 5 lives back. Oh! State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh, that is Shomes. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oi. We? That is true. That eye though. At first we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of the odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Obviously. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see the now demasked visage of the professor? Yes. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto the fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. Why do I get the feeling Madame Tespels knows the secret, though? There is no possible way that a repository of toddy exhibits could get its hands on that information. I'm not even going to try to say that French word, man. Quel dommage, I guess? It would seem you are unaware of the Two Spells principles. What principles? The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et viola our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. Oi? I don't know how to pronounce that. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct, the model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. Hey, if it gets the correct face, though. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It is out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Ah, so we get testimony about that then. Okay. Works for me, dude. My cat recently stole my chapstick, and I am wondering where on the floor did she take it to? Because I don't see it in my room now. I should have looked around for it earlier, but like, I've come to the realization that my lips are super fucking chapped. and I could really go for that chapstick right now. So, like, Zoe, where'd you put my chapstick? Can't have no chapstick. It's too painful. No, seriously though, where is it? There's only so many places in my room she could throw this damn thing around. Unless she managed to pick it up in her mouth and put it, like, in the weirdest spot ever. Which is also entirely possible. I don't see it. I blame Nemi for this one. Nemi said give her the chapstick, and I told her if she gets the chapstick, I'm gonna lose the chapstick. And look what happened. I lost the chapstick. Alright, Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Two Spell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Interment? I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. She went to grave digging? Damn. The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this. I would do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret, but Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Damn, you have that? Damn. How do you have that? Sorry, I was blowing my nose there. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. That is more like a horror film, zombie-esque. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Do I really need this? A newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, Monsieur. Monsieur? I can't pronounce French words, dude. I'm not French. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. It's weird that this thing's in the courtroom. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sif, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sif and Drebber were in on this crime together. But why, though? Why would they be in a crime together? That's the only thing that there's... If they are working together, why, though? Bum, 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 boo, 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 boo. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Ah, right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Low Gate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Huh? The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. A gunshot? The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Oh. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. I think a lot of people are happy to hear that, though.
Hold
it! Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. No! My museum is famous. I'm not even going to try the French word. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status, even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. They want to live on forever, dude. That's all they want to do. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. Is anyone actually going to care about that she did that, by the way? I mean, I know that was 10 years ago, but is no one really going to comment on that? There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. The grave digger bum bum. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? I'm glad somebody brought it up. It would seem that the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary know that the... Oh my god. Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. We, exactament, however you say that word.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Ill. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Wait, what? Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. I had a strange feeling it was rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the bodies begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Hi, Bomb! And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Too bad, Ryu, get used to it. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspels. Is it significant? It might be significant. It might be very significant given what I just saw right there. Doesn't it look like this is a relaxed jaw just a little bit? Just a little tiny bit? Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna say it wait a minute, I just realized I haven't looked at this thing yet. There's nothing to look at. I'm gonna say it's yes. It's significant, and I might have to play with that one. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Ugh. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bomb, do I sound sick? I feel sick, which is funny because all I had were allergies. We'll talk about that in a minute. We'll go to this one. Bum, bum, bum. I do sound sick? God damn it. Okay, but like, I do have soju here. If I want to drink that to make myself worse. My cat's currently chilling on my bed, though. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. God damn. That really is early. Fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Shome seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what you said particularly significant? What? Is it? I feel like that's a red herring. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, did you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. I don't think they are, but I'm going to add them in anyway. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I have meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. Blech. Time of death, 21st October, around 12:20 p.m. Anyway, I have a good guess right now, but it's... I don't know if it's the right guess. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? I can't speak French. Of course, the exact duration depends on the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. You should admit to it. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpsage should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. Okay, so this thing about rigor mortis. This is just a guess. And it might not even be close to the right guess either. But it says it takes the whole rigor mortis thing. I'm looking at this picture again because this picture has been popping up a lot in this case. The first time it really popped up was about the glasses being metal, which I didn't even spot. Now, when I look at this picture again and they talk about rigor mortis, I'm looking at the jaw, right? And it looks relaxed, which means this body could have been dead for quite a bit of time. I don't know if this is right. I'm probably completely wrong, but we'll find out in like 1 second. Objection. I'm very wrong, so I'm not even in the right ballpark. What else would I even have then, if that's not the case? Bum 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 bum. Confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Hold it! Press, I guess. I just pressed this one then. You have a reason to believe you might be discovered, or did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would have commenced his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. Cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. That doesn't help, man. So, that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Sif went along with Drubber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. But how? In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Yeah, not so good one. I have no fucking clue what to do. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Wow, I actually feel very lost again. Seriously, Case 3 has been confusing the ever-loving crap out of me, and I don't think it helps that, I don't think it helps that I have been, having like a week in between these streams, because then my thoughts are completely scattered and lost. I'm like trying to look at this thing, right? Time of death, 21st October, around 2:20 p.m. Every article is about the exhibition, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. Wait, maybe does the people tab tell me? Maybe? Hold on, maybe if I skip to this where I can see the people. Man who perished in the explosion on the experimentation stage. He was Professor Hairbrand's financial background, the boss of a large criminal organization, so that doesn't tell me anything. Oh boy, this is gonna be an issue. Okay, we take our time. We take our time, I think, for a second. Let's just look at everything. The canvas is not going to help me in any way. It's just a piece of canvas from the balloon. A crossbow belongs to Drebber, but that's not going to tell us anything because there's nothing here that tells us the date. I thought the photograph would help me, but I feel like the photograph could also help me on this one. But I thought maybe it would help me here. The autopsy report, what does that say? His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object, but nobody knows which one because this time of death is around 2:20 p.m. Got the screwdriver, nobody cares about that. The photograph of the balloon, that's cool and all, but that doesn't really tell us anything, except that's a very interesting looking everything. The page, we've already checked the broken thing about it, but that hasn't popped up anywhere yet. We had the photograph of Drebber, nah. The piece of broken glass we found in the waxwork thing. The camera, which has the blood on it. The science trophy, which I don't know what the hell the point of having that is around. We got the head of the professor that we can't open. We have the killer's autopsy report that was death by hanging, confirmed at midnight. Post-explosion photograph, Drebber's contract, and the 10-year-old article about the, thing. I don't have a clue. I don't know, man. I'm actually just really confused. Like, I still feel like it has to do with the photograph, but like, what am I trying to prove with the photograph? I don't know. I don't know, it's not it either. Nope, okay. I don't get it, dude. I just don't know what I'm trying to push. I don't know what I'm trying to push for.
Objection.
No, I just don't know. What am I trying to prove? Ah, this game is pissing me off now. Ace Attorney is overstaying its welcome with this whole case 3 now. It's so frustrating because I don't know what I'm supposed to be talking about. Nothing works. Nothing is working. Yes, Bomb. Case 3 has been frustrating me now lately with the trial phases. Because nothing makes sense. They're making me look at tiny fucking details to try and find an answer to actually give off what I'm supposed to use for the objection. And I'm looking at this like, okay, what am I supposed to fucking look at? I see the glasses. I see the chin and the mouth is slightly relaxed. Or jawline, rather. But nothing works. Like, how close I am to benching Ace Attorney is actually just sad, just because I'm frustrated. It's like I feel like I just don't have an evidence, but it's not possible to not have a piece of evidence by now. We have all the evidence, but I just don't know which evidence it wants me to use. This is just case 3, for fuck's sakes. We're not even in case 4, let alone case 5. Present killer autopsy on 4. Well, I'm not going to present it with 1 HP. Otherwise, I'm just going to be frustrated the entire way through trying to figure out, like, oh, they're just going to figure it out, I guess.
Objection.
I don't like this game. Is it because of the 1 hour difference or something? Is that it? Phantom 2 spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Ridiculous. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And, is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradicts one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sif's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death was by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. But if the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Yes, you are right, the chin, it would have been completely stiff. I think I'm getting rigor mortis backwards. I think that's why I was messing up. In other words, this report is wrong. Objection. Oh. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Oh, impossible. Order! Order! Thank you, Mom, by the way. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sif, but you also implicate the members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. Man. Ryu likes throwing people under the bus. Every time. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sif, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Other person of interest? I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Probably has to do with this 10-year-old article about the dude who got shot. Take that! What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Objection! That would explain the gunshot. Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there is a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Stole? Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Okay, what? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago now? The only person it could have been was Drebber, unfortunately. Because it's not the other guys. Take that! The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Two Spells' Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. A condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside that tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Shocking. Order! 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 Surely not, Council. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Two Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean... Do you want me to help you out more, or you think you got it now? I might need more help, but we'll see. I might be able to get my bearings straight. We'll see. Madame Two Spells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. A university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, wow. Interesting. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! His name is there the entire time. Wait, is it actually in there? Yeah, look at that. Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. It's right there. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Most people consider this trial one of the best cases in the series. I do like the case, but oh my god, dude, I am getting very frustrated with the hold on, I'm taking off this damn shirt. It's too damn hot in my room. I'm getting frustrated with the case itself, with how small the details are. Because I can't spot these small details. I've never been good at looking at the small details. I'm always more at the big detail kind of guy. I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Yeah, the first frustration was with the glasses. The second frustration was the that testimony we just had from Madame Two Spells about the rigor mortis on set. Which to me, I confused the rigor mortis thing. First 3 hours, limp chin. Second part of rigor mortis after the 3 hours, stiff chin. The problem is the week break in between. Yeah, that also is not helping, because I get lost. I have to try and either maintain or retain all the knowledge I had from the Ace Attorney stuff. Maybe I need to move Ace Attorney to the weekdays. And move Age of Empires to the weekend. Have Monster Hunter on the weekend as well. Because I could easily have an entire, 8-hour session of Age of Empires, and that covers the 2 days that I would have had on Wednesday and Friday. And then have a whole day of Monster Hunter, and that covers that. You know. Yeah, I might move the Ace Attorney streams to the weekdays then. That way I have less time missed, you know? Sure, there's still gonna be a week in between because there's no way I can't have it like that, right? Yeah, that might be a better idea now that I'm thinking about it. Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 the bottle for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. Wow. So that's how she knows Drebber. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, same man steals a waxwork bottle of the executed criminal. Ostensibly... I can never say that word. I've seen this word so many times in life, but I can never pronounce it properly. Ostensibly, bleh, to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. The question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Stiff would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sif put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. So they're not working together, if that's the case? My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sif to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Jeez. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Yeah, that's the weird one. Why did Strongheart stop this? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Yeah, why him? Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case, but please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. He's thinking, isn't he? The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. What? But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice Office.
Objection.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sif both take the stand together. What? Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sif of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Jeez. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sif. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. I'm actually a little surprised that Van Zeeks decided to be like, I'm taking control of this fucking matter right now. Fuck Lord Strongheart, I have say in this. Oh man, dude, my lips are fucking dying. Please, where is my chapstick? Zoe, where did you steal my chapstick to? It was literally on the floor. There's nowhere else you could have put that. Hi Zoe, where have you been sitting? Hold on. I'm gonna look on the floor. I have 2 spots I can look. I just need a flashlight. Hold on. Don't tell me that's what I think. What the hell's a French fry doing down here? Fucking French fry down here. Found another toy, Zoe. How did anything get back there? What the hell? Oh god. I found my chapstick. I had a feeling this is where she threw them under. There's a little, like, opening gap thing that's on my desk. Disconnected. Oh, reconnected. Oh no, even my download speed is suffering. So a lot of Zoe noises. I'm surprised you can hear the Zoe noises with the amount of frames I'm dropping. I'm actually really curious as to how much of my complete sentences you can hear. Do you just hear sentences breaking half the time? Do you actually hear all the sentences? Can you hear me blow my nose? What's the matter, Zoe? Okay. I like how it reconnected to green, and we have no frames dropped like nothing happened. My cat won't let me grab her. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. Nope. I think we were good for a moment. Oh man, this is sad and pathetic. Why does this happen, dude? Why does this always fucking happen? Okay, I think we're good. Let's continue onward. For those of you who are just dropping in, maybe you should consider like refreshing the page or something. I don't know. Maybe that'll help. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sif. You should probably actually have it on there. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreement of Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drepper, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sif, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the body. The victim's body. It is belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tisk, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drepper, wasn't it? He's not gonna talk at all, is he? These two are gonna be the worst fucking witnesses ever on the stand. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago was wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sif's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drepper, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it? You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? Okay, no. No. Ah, fucking Zoe. I didn't even get to read any of the dialogue there. She fucked up everything on my desk. Come here. 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 Come here, Zoe. You're gonna be a part of. You're being a part of this today. Now I got a toy stuck to my foot. Come here, Zoe. Come here, Zoe. Hi, Zoe. Hi. Hi, little one. Hi. You're so cute. But you're so annoying sometimes. But you're so cute. Over there. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Zoe, why? What's the matter? There's nothing wrong. What the hell? Why are you like this, Zoe? What did I miss there, by the way? So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Moodum to spells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Yeah, excuse me. No, my tissue. Ka. Sorry, I was blowing my nose there. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. That side-eye, though. So, Mr. Drepper, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. Zoe, what's the problem? I don't get it. What does she want? You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. All the Zoe noises. It's so many Zoe noises. I have to blow my nose again. Help. There's another Zoe noise, by the way. Yes, of course, as you wish. This is gonna be strange. I wonder if Dr. Stiff's gonna say a bunch or something. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. I didn't hear that one. Oh, it's because I had the microphone muted, that's why. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. I don't know why she's complaining. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Huh? Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to be a screw loose if you believed a corpse would come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. One more cross-examination after this one, by the way, then you got it. Oh, man. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drepper and Dr. Sif would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. Wow. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so among students at the university had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably ludicrous. Ludicrous. I can't say that word. Ludicrous. Ludicrous? I can't. How do you say that word? Lucrative. God, Jesus. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. I don't like that he's discrediting himself. Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. At once, my lord! Well, let's see where this goes, then. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery was a spot of moonlighting, shall we? Taking corpses! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you need only look at the graveyard scene in my appearance to gauge the answer to that? The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. And as aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you would expect the gravest of consequences. So wait, you grave rob, you die? We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Ah! Bullshit, you don't regret it. You steal a dead body, you join the dead body. Damn! So what does that make me, then? If I do anything bad, it becomes steak. That's not fair. Hold it! A strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reported from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at the dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters won't stop to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. That's part of the press. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... thinking back now... nobody... blah 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 blah. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? We have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Do I have anything? I might have something, but I technically don't have something. Because it's empty. Oops.
Hold it!
Hi, Zoe. That young woman being man of 2 spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article and... Komika, I found the man. Komika! Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh? Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting your graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, mademoiselle. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the 2 spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh. The actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. What are you looking at, Zoe? There's nothing up there.
Hold it!
This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was inextricably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Damn, that fucking sucks. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found your employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen tech. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Wow, the silence though. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose the secret in Dr. Sif's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sif are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. You know, maybe I need to get a toggle for, my nose dripping or something. Because the amount of, like, the amount of times my nose seems to have problems is ridiculous. It's like I can't escape my nose, man. Goofy cow! Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Exactly! Professor. What? Do I have to press and then ask?
Hold it!
Huh. No more pressing. I was really certain that was going to be the right thing. Especially because it even updated that evidence. What if I just present the article then?
Objection!
Okay, that was right then. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim, you did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Zoe, I need you to stop moving the mouse, please. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Man, what the hell kind of secrecy is all this about? But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely... And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Excuse me? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. Huh? So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. What's the matter, Zoe? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissection. What? Are you fucking joking me right now? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. How would anyone believe that? Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. Damn. Guy shot a student, then. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been a rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Hi, Madam Two Spells.
Excuse me.
Madam Two Spells! Don't take it out on Mr. Shows. Oh, la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Munazar Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at the university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Have a care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady. Oof. Please, Madam Two Spells. Carry on. Of course. According to what Mr. Drebers told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. Non, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Ooh. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Man, he is very adamant. There's no gunshot behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. I'm pretty sure this is the one that gives him away, but I'm gonna press anyway. Yet Madame Two Spells has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true, I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. He's not wrong. Tell me, Madame Two Spells. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Allures, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Mr. Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would never forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. Can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Well, I mean, this is all I have now.
Objection.
That's not it, though. That's so annoying. Oh wait, no, the song did go out. I just didn't hear it because my AC is on. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. I thought I got it wrong because I didn't hear the music go out. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleagues and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward to the end of some, on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! Ah! That's right, it's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sif? Oh? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. He looks at Dr. Sif. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Well, it's the one on the bench. We've been trying to push for this narrative the entire time. The obvious answer is Dr. Sif. Sif? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? If what your suggestion would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Damn. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness of the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. That's something to consider. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sif would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Sif wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Damn, that's the first time I've seen her flinch. The foot! Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? That's a really good question. I have no fucking idea. I thought it would have been Dr. Sif, but that makes less sense. Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Just blew my nose again, and that made me a little lightheaded. Seriously, my entire left nostril is just clogged. I can't blow my nose to get anything out. Because whatever I blow my nose with, it just gets clogged up again. It's hard to breathe through it as well. I feel like I can't even breathe through that side. It's such a pain right now. Like an actual fucking pain. And now I can't find my chapstick again. Which I just literally... Here it is. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity. It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... Yeah, that's getting fucking... Bleh. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits, too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means that Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? I love how the masked man dodges when Zeeks throws that. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Oh shit, are you kidding? Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. 2?! Oh. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Oh boy. We haven't even actually shown off the piece of glass yet either. You got it? No, I don't have a clue. Nah, let me think this through. Let me start from the top then. Well, I know what the armband tells me. I can present the armband and it'll bother Kazuma. And there's the Great Exhibition. There's the experimental sketch. Meh. Crossbow. Which is meh. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Man, it feels like my nose is leaking. It's not, but it feels like it is. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all ruminations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Who the fuck puts that in there? Into a fucking, contract. Maybe the 30%'s too low? I don't know. The motive has to be the contract, right? Unless it's the stupid trophy, but I don't think it's the trophy.
Take that!
Mr. Drebber, I have here the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. As it turns out, this contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed. It does? Well, I never! What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot! I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need this contract and one other piece of evidence. What other evidence? Well, I got one of them right. Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which, when cross-referenced with the contract, establishes a motive for the deed. Okay. Oh, God. Now we're really in the thick of what the hell the confusion is. Establishes a motive for the deed? When cross-referenced with the contract, establishes a motive for the deed. What is the motive? What is the motive? The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Asman, his neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall and was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. That doesn't really tell me much, does it? I haven't had a chance to present, like, a few pieces of evidence so far. The bird cage, the piece of broken glass, the science trophy. At least I think I haven't presented the science trophy. And I think I presented the head, but I don't remember. What did this say, by the way? Wait, no, I have presented this. What did the contract say again? 30%? Holy crap, I'm actually don't even know. Can you give me a tip, Bob? I'm curious as to like what am I missing? What am I not looking at that I should be looking at? Page 1, page 2, can't be page 3, but page 1 and 2. What am I not looking at between the two? For the contract? The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Onik Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a kinesis machine. Receive 30% of all ruminations from the government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's writing. Dude, that is such a tiny fucking detail. That is such an insignificantly tiny detail. Oh my god. No fucking way that he was the author. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. It means nothing. It's the little things you gotta watch. That's what killed me on the that's what killed me when Mr. Hairbrain was commenting how metal can't make it through the device. The glasses was such an insignificant detail. The newspaper is an even smaller detail than that. I didn't even look at this thing at all, and I looked over here. I looked over here, here, and here. I even read the name, but I never looked at the stupid signature that was like a centimeter away.
Objection.
Bruh. But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's the common link that shows very clearly what you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? The contract. Hi, Asman. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Damn. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh man, he fell the fuck down.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? You said it earlier. Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Yep, he had laterally laid down his own hatred for Mr. Asman without even saying he hated Mr. Asman. I can breathe through my nose now for a little bit. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So don't trust the media? Is that what you're saying? Damn. So you had to give up on your dreams and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows, and all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? The Royal Academy or whatever? The Royal Society? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lack talent? Look at that reward.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. And one that Mr. Drebber earned. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. turn the fan off. Too loud. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Is he? Hmm? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. Huh? Nani? But what are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. What the fuck? No. Good lord! That's my cat, Harry. That's my real cat. She's grooming herself right now. You can see my little hand. Dr. Sif! Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Oh? Dr. Sif, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Damn. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. That damn thing was fake from the get-go. God damn. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Damn. So, Drebber. You just had someone admit to it. What are you gonna do now? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Ooh. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? He's probably not gonna. I admit nothing! At all. This motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker is just non-stop, doesn't want to give up. He'll take it to his grave if we have to. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Ha 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 ha. Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Huh. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Huh? This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Sif has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is at the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, I guess that was the point, right? Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You proved Professor Harebrain's innocence. I mean, I guess that was the point, right? Without further ado, then, the adjudication, unless the prosecution and the defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sif suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... You did it, you finished the trial. I would like to push for more testimony because Mr. Drebber is still... Look, we haven't even presented this fucking glass piece yet. It's been sitting there forever, and we haven't presented it once. No, we gotta keep pushing.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight... Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Yeah, here we go then. This might actually be the real one. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. Actual worst lawyer. Yeah, the actual worst lawyer. He would have just, every single defense lawyer would have been like, oh yeah, sure, we accept that not guilty verdict. Nah, not you. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sif. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. But the exception, though. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? But What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. I'm starting to really like Zeeks, you know that? Yo, what? Lord Van Zeeks? This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. You know, I'm actually kind of curious about this. What happens if I had picked to just let the verdict go through? Would Ryu take control and be like, I can't do it or something? Dr. Sif, you would testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Let's not forget that Madame Two Spells is still here. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. I don't know, never played Ace Attorney before. Really? My experience with Ace Attorney goes back to the, GBA? Sorry, no, the DS. The Nintendo DS, when we had, the first Ace Attorney game pop up there. That's my first experience with it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for this deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption. I actually don't play any VN. I tried but got bored like 2 hours in. No, that's fair. Visual novels are not for everyone. They're really not for everyone. You gotta find a genre you really like and just go with it, like at that point. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sif's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Pisk, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Yeah, I tried Steins Gate because love the anime, but the beginning of it is so slow in the VN. Yeah, like I said, sometimes a visual novel is just not everyone's speed. Then tried Claned, but also same problem. Maybe you need something much more interesting than that then, or just something out of the ordinary. Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Gee, what am I going to unearth with this one? The waxwork plot!
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? There were very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. No, not the first time. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found at in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. So wait, the body dropped and then he was stabbed?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Two Spells. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmon. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh, so you did... There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Wow. Why wasn't this in the police report? Because she fabricated it. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop. Oof. My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sif's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Sif. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I wanted to supplement your testimony with is... Huh? The real cause of death or what she did to the victim. I can't trust that autopsy report, I feel like. Fix your posture, you gremlin. I'm sitting straight! I can't fix it anymore. Hydrate, you gremlin. Fine. I'll hydrate again. How you doing, Nemi? Good boy? Wow. Wow. Nemi, do I sound sick to you? This is crazy. 30-foot drop would be very noticeable. Yeah, it would be noticeable, but you're in a birdcage falling from a great height. I don't know. Yeah, which is weird because I'm not sick. I'm gonna blow my nose again. Hold on. Okay. Welcome to the Allergy Club. Yeah, the Allergy Club sucks. Because I thought I'd be over them already. Dude, the allergies have been horrible for me so far. Feels like it's getting worse. It really does feel like it's getting worse. Everywhere. What I wanted to supplement her testimony with is what she did to the victim or the real cause of death. I'm gonna go with the real cause of death. Every year it gets worse, like, stop, please. Yeah, no, I feel like that's true. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. Oof statement? That's the wrong one? I feel like it is the wrong one.
Hold it!
Let's just go with it. You're quite sure of that? It was the result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Hi, Shovel. Hi, Nemi with one eye. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. I'm gonna fry both of you. What? Don't fry me! I'm just reading chat. The entire team is perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Mommy aided a murderer? Oh yeah, she did. She was coerced into it. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The state secrets! Again! How many times are we going to deal with state secrets? But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Sif! What the hell kind of a phrase is that? Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Oh yeah, Nemi coming into this with no idea what's happening. She'll figure it out. I trust her. She's smarter than me. Whew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? Truth is, I find it strange, too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel they're still trying to hide something. Like me going, Jesus fucking a sandwich. Jesus fucking a sandwich, and then got clipped out of context for it? What? I must have missed that clip. Oh, so yeah, she's smarter than me. Here's the thing I still want to point out. It's this. It's this open mouth thing. Bum, bum, bum. I do want to try presenting this photo, but only on the grounds of, like, it might not work.
Objection.
It's not gonna work. Maybe I do need the other one.
Hold it.
About the stabby stab? Wait, what? Was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions in his words. Fabricate some evidence. We read through that, though. I love when people underestimate me. Nemi! Nemi. I need you to play a genre of a game you've never played before. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Sif to change the supplementary testimony she gave before. What should I ask her to do with the statement she added? Have her change it. The person about to be the reason I will continue watching Stream Shovel. Wait, what? I wasn't even underestimating you. I told you I said you were smarter than me. The person is Shovel, you idiot? Oh. Okay, look, my brain is being slow today. The allergies are kicking my ass. The tiredness is rolling in. You plunged a screwdriver in there. How dare you? So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Dude, calling the poor cow an idiot. He's a nice burger. Bro. One of these days, I'm gonna get a toggle that just turns me into a burger.
Objection.
That's what I wanted to present. How did you delete your own message? Wait, what? How does a mod time out a mod? And that's what happens when you time out on YouTube. It deletes messages. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. I didn't know it works. Yeah, I didn't think mods could time out mods. And now he's gone for 60 seconds. Because it's YouTube, it's not Twitch. YouTube's chat sucks. Dr. Sif, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Is there? Isn't there? Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? It's either that or the glass. I mean, there's two different things, really. Could also be the frickin' wound, but I thought it was this. The chin. The point that makes no sense is the one being made at this very moment by your index finger. Ha, yeah, no. Yeah, Shovel. Where am I not pointing correctly? Apparently the victim was lying dead in the birdcage where Dr. Sif stabbed him in the chest. That was the essence of her testimony. Think about gravity? I know, and and hearing that is when I thought, got it, and then somehow I lost my train of thought at the last moment and it turned into a not it. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'm sure if you try again, it would turn back into a got it. Something should be off if he was stabbed on the ground. Oh yeah, you're right. It's literally the stab wound itself because it's dripping.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. Still thinking about the jaw, though. Like Falky is, I just didn't think about gravity. I don't like to think about gravity. And why is that significant, Council? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely inspected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sif made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrand's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and that the victim had already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. You know what's crazy? I can't time out Nemi. Only she can do that to me. How? You guys are literally the same level mod. Oh. Wait, why? Apparently you guys are not the same rank mod. For some reason, Nemi pops up as a managing moderator, and you're a standard moderator. Why? I thought there was no different ranks of moderators. Did I forget that or something? Huh. I'll have to look at that later. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Nemi is an admin moderator hierarchy. Yeah, but what does that mean that she's a managing moderator versus the other? Now I'm curious about this. I'm gonna go to my dashboard and look at my settings on this one. Oh, look at that. I do have managing moderators. But what's the difference? These users have the same capabilities as standard moderators, but in addition they can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. All I know is I'm gonna put, I'm moving bomb up here. Bomb 343. What the fuck? No. For God's sakes, why is it so annoying to do this? There, I fixed it. There we go. All fixed. I can change chat to emoji or sub only. Well, I don't have emojis, and I only have so many subs. It must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sif, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Oof. Oof. But why was she fabricating that, too? I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sif, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Good. Since you're the same levels, you can't kill each other. That's the point. Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now, tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sif's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Probably how she was coerced. Dr. Sif, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That's as may be. So why don't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. Counsel, need I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion? Afraid that little cry is insufficient recompense for such a blunder. I shall have to penalize you, really? So she can kill me one times and I can't. I'm unionizing. Dude, I'm dying here. Feeling vexed, my Nipponese friend. Yeah, I'm feeling vexed. Very. But there's no question that the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. We're back here again, but with 1 HP. Woo! Love it. Bruh. That was certainly was the coercion. And it's probably the stupid autopsy report then. Then that would mean that the victim actually died from the... I don't know, I'm just guessing at this point. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. Yeah, this is the wrong answer, too. I don't even want to hear the line. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to bloody hear it. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. YouTube crash, what did I miss? Pain. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. How'd I get the frying pan? Bruh, you're just gonna turn me into a steak at this rate. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sif appeared. Don't do that to me. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Want to be a taco instead? Or a burrito? Can I just be like a burger? I'd rather just be a burger that goes after everyone's heart. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrand. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sif. Ouch. Blaming her for the death now. She murdered the victim. Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Murder! Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. Susato with her objection, though. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. Huh? What do you mean? Okay, but why is Drebber kinda hot to me? Nemi. Yeah, no, seriously, Nemi. It's... Drebber, no. Tisk, I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Sif there. That's true. At least on paper. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. Hi, Zoe. I feel sure I've seen someone somewhere that... I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Have you? Because I don't see it. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. You don't mean the daughter, do you? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sif wanted to have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Yeah, the what? Oh, God. I don't even know. Scalpels is the most freaking ridiculous thing here. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ah, yeah, the 500 scalpels. It would appear that word has struck that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Thick book? Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Yeah, it's a thick book. And now she's breathing heavily. Don't be tired, Nemi. Get that energy... well, actually, don't get an energy drink, but get that energy drink in your bloodstream. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Sif's darkest secret that he could use to rake money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. The slam, though. You'll never understand, none of you. what we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Hi, D&D. Yeah, I started 3 hours ago. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sif will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. Like he's gonna, please. He wouldn't, right? He'll probably take it to his grave. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. I have never heard that word. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. That's a pretty good name, though. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of these events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sif, to be precise. Still think this guy is hot, Nemi? It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled the bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. Yes? What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Damn, he went to some incredible lengths, though. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, In carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Nothing else to say to that one. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Sif? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession while over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. Oh god, long is right. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Oh? What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Oh, wow. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dream, that's laudable, not laughable. Man, that's like the nicest thing I've ever heard Van Zeek say. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barrick. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant... not guilty! Oh god, it's really over. Case 3 killed me. It made me game over like 6 times. Bruh. Court is adjourned. Bruh. Why is this case so hard? It's over. That was some trial. Hey, what about the... We never got to see the professor's face. I wanted to see the professor's face, man. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Suzato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. GG. Yeah, finally. Oh my god, this case is draining. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd have given the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Bullshit, we need money. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Man, that thing is very tiny. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I wish they said it was added to the court record. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Are you gonna make a weather control device, Professor Hairbrain? Wait, what? Oh yes, that's a wonder. I can't allow that. Oh, hi Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Eric! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick. Lord Van Zeeks, what's the fuck's going on? Yeah, what the fuck's going on? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Huh. People die by the Reaper even if they get guilty or not guilty. Okay, but like, what about Gina? Those in the Reaper's sight meet their ends in their ends days. Oh. Huh. Those in the Reaper's sight sites meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsubi and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Man, okay, jeez. Barrack! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Who says they won't try it soon against Gina? Yeah, Gina is still here. Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. I sure as hell don't understand him. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Huh. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Huh. Wow, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get any sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Huh. The Enigma Barrack Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Oh? So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. For you, those eyes. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. That's a pretty good assumption. Now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Can you tell me what happened, please? The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the three visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. That's one way to look at it. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? Nope! It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. Oh boy. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say that the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Oh man.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Who would have thought that?
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Huh?
Father.
Father?
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Jesus, what the fuck happened? That was a nice cut. Yeah, he's back, but you still got 2 more cases left. What the fuck?
Kazuma-sama.
This was only just halfway through.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Huh.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
The professor murders the next 2 cases? Oh man, what the hell we're gonna run into. So he's the living afterimage, the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when was he suffering? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for your meeting with me as I asked. Huh. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Suzato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but when I was just starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Okay then, so that concludes Trial 3. Not where as I was expecting to go. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Not where as I was expecting it to go. Let's go then. That time.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
I'm really confused by these like little intro scenes. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory. We're in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh my god, Waterloo. 1st of November. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Wait, he's arriving? Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Yeah, try to be excited a little more. Damn. Suzato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Wow, they look so... I didn't even recognize the man. Oh, father! Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you have arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Shishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh! You're... The judge from Japan. The court would now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. No! Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku, how are you? It's been a long time. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Oh my god. Does he just carry his gavel around? Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Sashiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. I wondered... They don't know anything that we know, do they? Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial rights. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Sashiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh, jeez, okay, I did not know that. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in with eight days ago. I can't talk. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yep, tragedies. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Oh shit, we can converse? Can I just present this to you then? Professor Mikotoba, I wondered, could I show you something? Why would you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Fair enough. Nobody ever cares about it. Oh, wait, what? Whoops, I pushed the Y button again. Your journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. I sure as hell would not want to spend 50 days at sea. Fuck that. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came here 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact, it starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Shishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Ha! Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Osogi. Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative technique at Scotland Yard. I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. And one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Oh, that was his decision then. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Damn. He set his sights on a goal, and he wanted to pursue that goal to the ends of the earth. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Yep. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die, he's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? I don't think it's a wrong idea. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Don't ever say that, Ryu. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady? Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh. Not more talks of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. Though you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden was his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our sixth year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Jeez, why did he do it though, I wonder? Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course, it must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. What happened? Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Shishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. Or perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course, what can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. I know this guy. Miss Susato, now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Yeah, I didn't even get to find that out, huh? Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. There's really nothing to check. Oh my god, we have a lot of places. One of the most luxurious hotels in London, where Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku have rooms for the duration of their stay. More grand than anything I've seen. Do you know, I don't believe you visited this place for some time. I believe Iris has tea waiting for us, Mr. Naruhodo. I know it's an old attic, but I find the place more relaxing than anywhere else. Can we go to George Ledgester's office first? Hi! I see Zeeks is already here. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? Couldn't tell. This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. What? Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Yeah, be like Kazuma. Oh my god. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with mainly. How you doing, Stone? As you've no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. Eating dinner after working all day? Nice. I could go for some dinner right now. I'll leave the remaining preparation for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. That look, though. What was the look about? He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Sif. Oh, right. It's the Dinkelberg effect? What's the Dinkelberg effect? Oh, Dinkelberg. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sif's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. In this case, Nipponese. You Nipponese. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort, though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? I guess we'll ask. But also, can I give you my armband? Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Nobody likes my armband, man. Ah, God, I'm starting to fall asleep on myself. But that's only because of the allergies to my butt. You know what I need? I need a snack. That's what I need. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab a snack. Because I don't have anything to snack on at the moment. And that's probably contributing to more tiredness. So be right back. Snack time. Had some of the best timing possible. My mom literally came home from being outside, so now I have food. Like that timing is amazing. It's also really bloody hot, so it's like it literally just came out. This must be a Dorito then, right? Yeah. Damn, that thing is hot. Really goddamn hot. Careful, Zoe, this thing is hot. But she smells it and she likes what she smells. Mmm. That's nice. Ah, delicious, delicious food. Delicious, delicious food. Okay, not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million?! Are there even that many people in the world? Man, Ryu, if only you knew. As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital, Tokyo, is 2 million. Wow. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparation and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between police and organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. Who is the current leading investigative organization in the world? He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. And if things fall, then these birds in my office will crap all over their heads. The birds are the best part, though. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Sorry about that? I mean, to be fair, he did have a good team for that. Unfortunately, there was just one bad apple. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to begin with, to start with. With Dr. Sif at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. Whoops! We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. I'm concerned about that ambition, though. What are you willing to sacrifice, Mr. Strongheart? Because you are starting to become, he's becoming more prevalent than Damon Gant was. And we only had to deal with Damon Gant for one case. Lord Strongheart has been literally here for what? Every case except the first two from the first game? This game is so weird, Lamau. You get used to it with Ace Attorney titles, D&D. Ace Attorney titles really are weird. Maybe not Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. That one seems more grounded, but it is still in the ridiculous level of, yeah. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. What? Oh my. So he stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. Not until you get to Rikugo do things get wild. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern appearance. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proven to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. Well, that's great. I take it you also didn't know. The man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals. I mean, yeah, we found that out. Genshin Asogi. Ah, yes, we found that out yesterday. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah, yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. Yeah, who would have thought that? But why, though? Why'd he do it? So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Rakugo is a traditional form of Japanese verbal entertainment. It's one person sitting on a pillow and has to tell a story using only a paper fan and cloth. What? That sounds impossible. You know, nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither did the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time. I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Oh man, now we're starting to get into racism. Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Weird. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believe, anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? Murder? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey? Huh. That's one way to look at it. Well, thanks, I don't think there's anything I can talk to you about, but he did say that if he's gonna stay there, that means that probably he has something we might have to present to him later. Holy crap, what is happening here? Why is the mask there all of a sudden? Hello? The fuck is the... Why would you use the E? What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't even know how to pronounce that E. I don't do it anymore. I don't do it anymore. What? Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display. Ooh. What? Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. Fuck you, Ryu. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Hi, Gina. Right, you two. You're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in the prison. It is dark and damp, and I don't like it. Boff, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. How do you pronounce that E? But you are always scared of dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. Oh, they tried to steal shit. Don't like Liz. I don't like it. Wow. Fuck you too. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Actually, I really do agree with her. And Sue? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well that's great news. Hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Oh, why? Oh. Man. Oh. We haven't been able to tell her shit about that at all. Oh, God. Why, game? Why did you do that? Why did you do that to me? Hey, Bomb, want to see what I'm eating? Here you go. I'm eating one of these burrito thingies. Dude, what the fuck? Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. What the fuck? What has he got red hair for, though? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? What does he have red hair for? Not even just red hair. He's got red eyelashes to go along with it. There's something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Ow. Bit my tongue. Not so much on your face. As on your head, I say. Iris, you really not going to say anything about this? What the heck? Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. Let me also blow my nose. Right then. For I am in fact expecting a guest later today. First off, hey, before we do anything about that red hair, Mr. Shomes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first you've shown me this particular trinket? Hey, do you remember it? Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. If my saying that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, I remember you saying that, were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we can be sure was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow, deduction. Okay, but like, seriously, I kind of dig the super bright red hair of Shomes. Though I still prefer him with his, I preferred him with his blonde hair. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, never. It wasn't blonde. It was whitish. Blondish? I don't know what that color hair is. Is it white? I was really hoping. Really hoping that the portrait would have red hair. You know how amazing that would have been? Gray or silver. Yeah, I like the other hair regardless. Mr. Shomes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. What? It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good? What are you trying to say, Ace Attorney? Are you saying redheads are up to no good? Because I feel like those are the first redheads I've seen in this entire game now. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. What was that about the greatest problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? Huh, not sure I best explain it. Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection per chance? Yes, I am well aware of it. I've seen so many videos on YouTube about it. Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. Oh god. That makes me feel older than I think I should feel. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent! Okay, but also so true. It's so fucking true. And I hate that he's right. I hate that he's right. I don't know how much rent is here where we're living, but I know that if we ever wanted to move to like a different apartment, it would cost something of like $2,500 to $3,000 a month just to live there. In a one bedroom, I want to say. A one bedroom fucking apartment, man! A one bedroom apartment! $3,000! I only make $3,000 in a month. I maybe have like $200, $300 left over after that. At most. Well, now you have a time frame for when this takes place. Not really. Maybe. Kinda. If I looked it up, yeah. Hi, Zeddy. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Two-Spells only the other day? Psha! A large sum? One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later. All of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. The theory he mentioned was written down in his book, On the Origin of Species, was made public in 1859. Wait. Okay, so this is 1899 then. Could even be 1900 exactly. In the end. It's been stabbing me in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation. How dare you, Ryu? I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Nah. His suit changed color as well, I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't his suit normally brown? I don't know. It could be. I don't know. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives aren't wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Yeah, I never did understand that line that he mentioned. That's the trench coat he wears. But I thought his undershirt, this little shirt he's got going on here that's all buttoned up, was supposed to be brown as well. That case aboard the SS Burya in January, Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Oh? Not really, it is brown, but now, not brown. Fair enough. Maybe I'm just not, maybe I'm just... To be fair, I have a total week gap. A 1 week gap between this stream and the next stream. So me forgetting details is very possible. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew, but how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled him in the lobby area. And I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh man, so he purposely did that? But why? Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade their crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. Oh, come on, man. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I did foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? So he didn't know about that part. Huh. What is this doing? Wait, why can't I move this? Here we go. What is this doing here? The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? I mean, yeah, that's true. What's the newspaper doing here, though? This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink here? It's an advertisement column. It says, to the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. An advertisement for the newspaper that's entitled to the Red-Headed League. It's somewhat suspicious in nature. Stupid mouse, get out of there. Go away, mouse. To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you're a redhead. So free, yeah, free money? Just for being redhead? But also a male. Luis, you don't qualify up there. But why, though? Hey, Zoe. Hey, Zoe. She loves this magnifying glass. It's so cute, dude. I want you to know that if I have the magnifying glass on the right-hand side, right over here, she's looking at it and grabbing at it with her paw. If it's over here on this side, she's looking at it only but can't get to it. Okay, that's great. Next time, Zoe, we're gonna play with a magnifying glass for as long as you want. I've finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope. I swear we read this already. I don't think he was here when I left for Japan, was it? And I swear to God we read this already. Yeah, we've read this already. So a lot of the dialogue is still the same in here. I was expecting, wait, what is... I was expecting Iris to be on this side, but I guess not. Alright, Shobes. I'm gonna present to you the Red-Headed League article. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking just that just maybe, it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? The Red-Headed League. Luis would love to be a part of the Red-Headed League. So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? Yeah, what are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once with your pink hair. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you just decided to try to join in this place? Correct! I mean, look at me! Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Your blunder. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. What? Not dyed? I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Oh, God. Sholmes, I think you might be permanently red-haired now with that. Chemistry! I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Wait, every hair? I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk. Like a what? Coster's Orange Barrow? Coster's Orange Barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Ah! They knew it was him! So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." Oh my god. After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. What? What the fuck? Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those two redheads. You literally got pissed at redheads, and you just turned them into police? Fuck you, Capcom. Fuck you. Wait, does Capcom even have any redhead characters in their fucking lineup? Hold on, now I have to look this up. If I can even get to Google. This might kill the stream a little bit. Capcom redheads. Fucking Knuckles! Knuckles doesn't fucking count! What the fuck is that? It's not even Capcom! Oh my god. Dino Crisis? Man, Dino Crisis was a good game back then. Dino Crisis, Exoprimal. Resident Evil. Wait, there's a... Did I see that right just now? There was a top redheads list? Top 43 video game redheads. From 2012. Nariko from Heavenly Sword, Joanna Dark from Perfect Dark, Master Chief from Halo. What the fuck is... Why? How is he a redhead? Elaine Marley from Monkey Island, Explosion Man, Trip from Enslaved Odyssey to the West, Kratos from God of War. Is Kratos a redhead? The Moon from Majora's Mask. It's not a redhead. Commander Shepard from Mass Effect 3, Lilith from Borderlands, Ganondorf from Zelda, Groose from The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal, Vanille from Final Fantasy 13, Tim from Braid, Rain from Blood Rain, Chrono from Chrono Trigger, Meryl from Metal Gear Solid, Blanca from Street Fighter, Daxter from Jack and Daxter, Roy from Super Smash Bros. Melee, Nathan Rad Spencer from Bionic Commando, Dr. Robotnik, Jimmy from Bully, Reno from Final Fantasy VII, Bowser from Super Mario, Claire Redfield, well, obviously, Wander from Shadow of the Colossus, Kazoo from Banjo-Kazooie, a Red Angry Bird from Angry Birds, Simon Belmont from Castlevania, Sky from Dark and Sky, Mog the Moogle from Final Fantasy, Waka from Final Fantasy X, Misty from Pokemon Red, and Pokemon in general. That character I made in Dragon's Dogma that sort of looks like me from Dragon's Dogma. Cool Spot, Super Meat Boy, Lammy from Unjammer Lammy, Lance Galahad from Brain Dead, Malice, Angus McGregor from Consuming Ninja. What the fuck? Street Fighter has a fair few redheads. A few redheads. Yeah, but that's it. Ding-a-ling-ling! Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack! Oh my god, it's this woman! Oh no. What is juror number 2 doing here? Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. He's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter, my apologies. What exactly are you trying to find? What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure. Dude, you could extort a lot of money from this girl. Do it. Do it. Do it. Money and wealth are a little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough, huh? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What am I about to tell you? I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? My god. Hey, can I present this armband to you then? To dispel any doubts? That's the word. God damn, I can't think English. Mrs. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this? Oh, my poor Daly. Daly? Where have you gone? What's become of you? I'm afraid she's too worried about her husband to pay any attention, Mr. Naruhodo. Either that, or she just doesn't want to be bothered with me. It's true, though. Mrs. Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Psha, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentle, manly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. I mean, I recognized her immediately. Jury number 2! Have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Also the lady who really likes romance. I don't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Yes, motherfucker. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my Daly is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year, damn. We have a cordial, I can't say words. And my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. You're dressed as the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inklings as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He is a warder at the prison. Oh, jeez. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Prison warder. So, your husband is a prison warder. Can't say warder, I think prison warden. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warden. Is there a difference between the word warder and warden in this regard? Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder actually certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? Just the British version? That's okay then. I'm gonna call it warden, because I can't do warder. It just doesn't sound right to my head. And at times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other wardens. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Oh. Did it have to be Barclay Prison, really? Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No! Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. can't really be a coincidence, can it? That's becoming a little bit sus. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasions to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You should cover for 3 months. Sholmes, this is an opportunity to cover 3 months of rent. For such an easy case. I think. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. 3 months. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I should be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. Well, I guess that's just typical Londoner, I guess. Thank you. Allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear. I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated, the professor. Now a warden from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you gonna go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. Wow. What's with the hate? Stop hating on redheads, man. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Of course you are. This bastard. Oh, this bastard. Wait. Iris, are you here, by the way? Can I look around to see if you're actually here? You're not here. Okay. I guess we're going to the prison governor's office. The office of the governor of Barclay Prison, which stands behind Lowgate Cemetery. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loom quietly before us in the fog. After we requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Ha! Ha! Why is there a guillotine clock in the background? Damn, he's big! This place is full of hardened criminals. Can I remember the last time a civilian was done here? And you do not want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Holy crap, dude! Doesn't he look like, one of the characters from Full Metal Alchemist? Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden, Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. More like Mike Hacker. That too. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yeah? Wow, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I did not like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners, man. We got a racist on our hands. Now get out of my hair! So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. Right. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get gone with you. Before I punch your light outs. Man, this guy's... We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not gonna get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Did it actually come up? Oh, he's not going to talk to us, so let's go back to the... Unless it was mentioned here. No. Meh? No, he doesn't care about this. Okay. I guess we're back in the moment of being stuck. Unless there was something I missed. What is you doing here, buddy? Mikotoba? That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Shigoku? Yes, he's not here. He's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable seat? Now, I have a rather lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Everyone can read your thoughts, Ryu. You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Bro, called out either one way or the other. Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you! A note of introduction on our behalf from Professor Mikotoba to Governor Caden. Hopefully now he'll be willing to talk to us. Good luck then! Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Let's hope this man, who is quite full of himself, actually wants to talk to us. Can I start with the armband first? Governor Caden, could I at least show you this? How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? Hey, what does this say? Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. Not really sure that would help. Also, why is it on the back of a Blackbird line? Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. Wait, what? The SS Grouse, First Class Cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Interesting how that's, something we had to look at, though. I don't know how that's going to play a part of this. Anyway, here you go. If you just cast your eyes on this, Governor Caden. What's this, then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics lab? That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Suzato. Jings, you're the young man's daughter? And you did not think to mention that afore? Apparently not. I do apologize. Aye, well, we'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And did not forget to try out one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Oh my god. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do you for then? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your wardens, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? If Mr. Dally Vigil... It's Mr. Dally Vigil, your chief warden. Eh? Vigil? That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Man, this guy must have a very, very heavy accent. Chief Warden Vigil. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warden here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warden. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. Doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Huh? Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Cannot have been much less than 10 years ago. 10 years ago now? What the fuck? I was expecting like a month ago. 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye. As I minded, I don't even know what he's trying to say. Do you know, I haven't heard the fellow's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. What the fuck is happening? I have an idea too, but... So, Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warden 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean, he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye. That's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution? It's the job of the chief warden to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warden to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know anything about that? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. Wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be then? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. What was it? Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. And I'm not at liberty to answer that. Damn. I see. Shit, okay, that's annoying. So we don't have anything to go off of, but we now know that The dude hasn't worked there for 10 years. Then he resigned. He had to after the professor execution. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research, you know? Yes, I can imagine. Denokin? The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the lab just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Steiner's. Still in use today. St. Steiner's, that's come up before, I'm sure. Yeah, that's come up a couple times, actually. Yes, that's right, we've been there. Mikotoba and I have used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in there for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. Cuff biscuits. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away, then. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. City of London Police. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine. The harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warden of Barclay Prison, and his wife doesn't even know. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found about Mr. Vigil. Real quick, can I look at this? Chief Warden Daly Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Fuck. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Professor. Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Oh wow, okay, that's big. What would he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Not a good amount of stuff. Bum, 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 bum. We're back! Hello, you two! I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Oh my god, Iris is extremely reliable for food. Oh my fucking god! Greetings, my dear fellows. What is with the blue now? You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our warden friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that Sholmes! Oh, hi, Gina. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Huh? What happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... he's I'm sorry, what? They just found his body shot with a pistol. What? There's no fucking way, dude. I'm sorry, what? Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case round there, huh? Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him how I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. What the fuck, dude? So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? The witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. What? Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right. The Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No. Wait, what? No. Huh? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade, it's Beric Van Zeeks the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. No, I can't believe that. But there are witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come in all. As soon as you can, you gotta help. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Shelms? What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, hmm? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intended to do so anyway. Until later, then. I don't believe that. Yeah, well, fucking what? Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a hansom. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Next up on the Show's rainbow hair green. Green for envy or green for depression? Yes. What the fuck? I guess we're going to the fucking prison. And we also have Fresno Street. No, green for needing money. I don't know if this is a good case about money. I'd rather go check out Fresno Street first. Both are equally important given the context, but fucking hell. First November, room on Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented, ruled room is where it happened, then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right so you can look underneath and all. I want the surface above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't your lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques where she wants everyone to adopt. Is that a red wig? It is a red wig, and I'm confused as to why that's there. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. Went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at. Well, I can't read. And then just scampered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? Trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. So what's with the wig? Because that's attracted my attention, the guns attracted my attention, and this little doll's attracted my attention. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is later on the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson has already been taken away. and would probably be under Dr. Sif's scalpel by now if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds could be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is a bright red hairpiece, but why? And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? I wonder if he's investigating that red-haired league. Exactly, this is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. The flame red wig found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street presumably belonged to Inspector Gregson. Presumably. This was presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my, is it real, I suppose? I think so? Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's only one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. Do not. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. The murder weapon found that was found. Probably best to avoid handling it. And the doll? Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. Small and rather endearing model of a British policeman found at the scene of the crime. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Aww. Right, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Bruh. Excuse me? If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Ah. Okay. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? Couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsumi's room, that was totally blocked up with some bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. The top of one of the candles on this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind it. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. A candelabrum from the wall of the room on the Fresno Street where the inspector was found dead. On top of one of the candles appears to have been blown off. Excuse me? Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. I think everyone would be upset about this. This looks like some sort of notice board or something, and it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here in details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. It could easily be someone it could have been Inspector Gregson trying to find out something about the Red-Headed League. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. I doubt that. Well, what's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Huh? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Because it is. It's literally Evie. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah, it's... Really? There you go. Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. Photographic print of a smiling Mrs. Vigil in her younger years. It was found on the desk at the scene of the crime. What is going on there? Oh, so this is still suspicious to me. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would otherwise be, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look, I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I would like to say which is more likely. No, that's right, it's one or the other. I guess that's that then with this, right? Okay. My cat is currently chomping on some of the food that I had. I'm getting really tired now too. It's been 5.5 hours of this. You enjoying that food, Zoe? Sure you are. Alright, Inspector Gregson. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that. Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then, he started going out of all sorts of investigations, was always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? It kind of reminds me of, Breaking Bad. That's what it was called. Was it Breaking Bad? It reminds me of that police guy. Mind you, I haven't watched much of Breaking Bad. I only have whatever tidbit I've seen, like, that my mom has watched. I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. I can't read Gina's lines, man. It's too hard to read them. It's been too long. that I didn't need to worry about the Reaper because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Well, he didn't want to take any chances, which is why he still wanted to go to a different country. And take Gina with him. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Huge Bone. Huge Bone. Huge Bone? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't even to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Cesado? Well, could it be that this Huge Bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. We did, though. And the incident. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. One bullet? Man. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, ain't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy! I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Who the hell else is there to prosecute? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under the window there. There are some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here after all. They'll be getting the grilling. I think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves. I doubt it. The lads at the yard would just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. We can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. And that's that to them. We'll just start presenting stuff. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deduction business yet, but I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. Yep, okay, let's talk about the red hair piece then. Not this either? Okay. Okay, nothing about the gun either. What about the police figure? No? Okay. The candles? Nope. Okay. The photo? No. Okay, that's weird. I was expecting her to really say something. The dismissal notice? Nope. Okay, so we don't have anything then. Okay, let me tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the stream here for the day. I'm getting tired. I am missing words. It's becoming harder to read. My head is getting heavy. My nose is becoming more stuffy. I need a break. That's what I need. I need a break. So I thank you guys for coming along to watch. We'll pick this up. I need to modify the schedule a bit so that I don't have so much gaps in between Ace Attorney. and the best way to do that is probably to change this to a weekday slot and move Age of Empires to a weekend slot. I feel like that makes more sense, especially with how long Age of Empires is going to take. But yeah, scheduled to come out later, or tomorrow at latest. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you guys. Have a good morning, have a good afternoon, have a good evening, and have a good night. And I will catch you next stream, whenever that is. Also, come join the Discord server. We have one. It's in the description. Okay, bye-bye.